G'day, you dunce. How are we? Let's get this going. Think everything's set up. Alright. It's early morning here. How is everyone? How have you been for the past 24-ish hours? Never go wrong with coffee in the morning. Alright. Make sure my window's working properly. Excellent. Go over here. And excellent. Everything's working. Just how we want. Alright, ads are playing. This is going to be the dragon from Skyrim, but I don't know what its name is. It's not that. Oh my god, does anyone remember the name of the dragon from Skyrim? Like the main dragon. I've completely forgotten. Escamina being first. How are you doing, Escamina? Easy win. I know, right? I know. Morning. I'm trying to remember the name of the dragon from Skyrim. Because I know that's what this is. This is the name of the dragon from Skyrim. That's it. That one. That one. Thank you, Escamina. Much appreciated. What up, Jupers? Is this basically Akinator, but you're him? Kind of. 15 stream streak. 15 times is a lot, huh? Well, if you think about it, Escamina, for me, that's only 1 week. Like, a bit over a week. You know? I probably don't need to worry about that. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing today. And how have you been, Jupers? That one is easy because it's the name of the Prince of Stormwind. At least a copy of, poorly made. Spider-Man 2. One thing I need to look into. I want to do some localization. For like one of these two. Maybe this and this. Like, I reckon the German I could do myself. A week in Australia time is like 15 billion years in regular time zones. Nice. Nice. That must mean I'm in the quintillion years of age. Yeah. Or at least the hundreds of billions of years old. I like the sounds of that. How are you doing, Mike and Hill? Jupers is doing amazing. Good to hear. Good to hear. I figure I want to get some of the localization stuff done before we do anything else. Like, or before we do the release of the demo. So that way more people have access to the demo. What's your favorite Spider-Man movie? Mine is The Amazing Spider-Man 2 because Electro, the Russian man, as a rhino, and the start is just great. My favorite Spider-Man, it's gotta be the first Spider-Man, right? Like the first Spider-Man that Tobey Maguire was in. And not even because Tobey Maguire was Spider-Man, but because Willem Dafoe was Green Goblin. Like, Willem Dafoe is just an amazing actor. Like, everything is excellent. Sitting in the dining hall at my university, just finished lunch, now working on my statistics homework before I go home and piss the rest of the day away. Sounds like good statistics homework. Yep. I kind of want to run through some setting stuff and some color scheme UI styling stuff. I want that to be the next big thing that I target. 26 minutes, he starts jumping cities. My favorite Spider-Man is the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2. I literally cannot do homework if I go home before getting it done. Home equals procrastination. What are you doing now, Mike and Hill? Like, I appreciate the viewership, but you're talking in chat, so surely you're procrastinating now, right? You should probably focus on your homework. That's important. Very important. Oh, also, my the next few days is a bit all over the place in terms of streams. So, yeah. You don't have homework, Jupers? Well, lucky you. Aren't you just a lucky duck? I don't either, but yeah. I've got you on in the background. I also cannot do homework if there isn't a streamer talking in the background. Nice, nice. You reduced Hypnotic to a streamer. Who said that? I'm gonna whoop their ass. It's people on YouTube, Mike. People on YouTube don't have homework. Yeah. I'm gonna add a folder for localization. I mean, I need to get that set up. Or might even move that to internationalization. Is it that? INTL or ITNL? I don't know. I'll go with that. Something like that. Oh, it's those over on YouTube. Like, it has this whole website barrier. I banned them. Aren't you also a mod on YouTube, Mike and Hill? Or am I thinking of Macquarie? I think I'm thinking of Macquarie. Okay. Okay. What does the mug say? The mug says, "G'day, you good dunce." Hey. Pick it up from shop.hypnoticgames.com. Chest Chica? Alright. 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 I see how you go. Let's do it. Let's do it. And what does the fox say? The fox says, everyone should buy a Hypnotic Games Good Day You Good Done mug. That's what the fox says. It's very hard to make out. Very hard to make out in the song by Elvis. Or Ilvis. Sorry. Ilvis. But you know. Oh my god, we're doing this again. Okay. Okay. Play game door. After chess, Mike. Now I take that. Let's see. Of course I can't do that. Yeah. That'll work. That'll work. Huh? Was that a misclick? I feel like that was a misclick. Classic chess logic. That'll work. Yeah, do that. Cool. I swear that was a misclick earlier. I swear that was a misclick you had. It had to have been, right? Alright, now we gotta do a game duel. Spider-Man 2. Not Marvel Spider-Man 2. Just Spider-Man 2 original. Damn! Alright, Spider-Man 3. Nicely done, Mike. Nicely done. Well, that was a quick game, though. My brain was rook on A1, protect rook on G1. But your queen was in the way. What's better, Cookie Clicker or Tetris? If Tetris, then move on to chess or Tetris. But if you did Cookie Clicker, do chess or Cookie Clicker. Tetris is better. Tetris be a lot better. Localization. That's what we want. That was quite amazing though, Mike. Hey. I mean, it had to happen at some point, just like Civ 5. It had to happen at some point. What do we have for game settings? So game settings. We have save settings. I've just noticed we don't have anything for load settings. Also, here's something that I want to change. Settings can be, let me just double check this. You're doing string variant. I want to do, what was it? JSON from native. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do settings equals JSON from native settings. Because that's returning a variant. Dude, no, I don't want to do it there. I don't want to do it there. I want to go into here. JSON stringified, JSON from native. That's what I want. That's what I want. And then we've got to native. Let's have a look. Yeah, perfect. So that's already got it set up as floats and whatnot. Perfect. Now I need to figure out, because if I alter master volume to be 0.25 instead, then what we can do past key If I load this up, and I go into settings, volume, you're at 0.25, but so are these two. That's wrong. That is wrong. It says 50% here still. That's what I need to do. We need to go into our UI. Under main menu, under settings, in here, I need to listen for settings loaded. G'day, Sammy. How are you doing? Game state, game settings, settings loaded. That's what we want. Gotta put this in here. Alright. How you doing today, Sammy? One thing that everyone that's putting a game on Steam should be aware of that I should have known was going to happen, but it just didn't cross my mind, was now that I've got the Steam page up and it's got a support email for people to contact me, and I've got like my Discord up there, and I've got my Blue Sky and my Twitter and whatnot on the Steam page, all of a sudden I'm getting emails from publishers being like, hey, do you want us to help publish a game? We can do all this stuff for you. It's like, you're offering to do a trailer. I've already done a trailer. I'm going to do my next trailer myself. Yeah. Offering to do a Steam page for me. I've already done the Steam page. I'm going to do the internationalization and localization stuff myself. Don't worry. I'm going to get people to do that stuff for me. What up, Toxic? Offer to take money from you, basically. Exactly. It's like you're getting in touch with me after I've got a Steam page, a trailer, assets on the Steam page, a marketing plan that I'm working on at the moment. It's like you're coming in too late. It's too late for this. Like. And one of the things that they offered on the email was unlimited royalties. And it's like, why would I need unlimited royalties? It's my game. I'm not giving you ownership of my game. It's my game. Very annoying. Very frustrating. What's inside my mug? It's coffee. Got coffee inside my mug. And now there's just air. Nothing else. You gotta be careful with some of the predatory publishers. I don't plan on going with a publisher at all. Like, if a publisher was like, we want to buy the rights to your game and have you make the game, I'd be like, how much do you want to buy the rights for? Because if it's a decent number, I will sell you the rights to the game, and then you can find someone else to make it. Yeah. I'm not gonna be like, sure, you can buy my game and then pay me nothing to continue making it. No, that ain't happening. It's not happening. Look at all of those reactions going on over there. YouTube's going crazy. Alright, so when settings are loaded, what we want to do is go... Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, go away. Main menu. Into here. Settings. Main menu settings. Got these. How am I... I'm trying to figure out how my settings, like how this stuff connects. Okay, so this hooks into settings loaded, but it's a volume slider. Okay, we've got a volume map. That value, no signal. That's what I'm missing. Percentage text. This needs to be a constant too. Will be that. That is going off. There are so many interactions. I appreciate you, YouTube. You're the second most important streaming platform for me at the moment. I am wondering, should I how should I set up the demo? Should I cap the shop level at like level 10 arbitrarily? Or should I just not include things like customer reviews, NPC, like hiring NPCs, that type of stuff? That kick. Kick's third most important because there's not really anything that happens on the kick side that often. So yeah. If there was more viewers in the software and game dev category on Kick, then maybe it would be more important than YouTube, but it's not. Percentage int value 100. Oh, whoops. That's what we can do. Interestingly, for some reason, Hypnotics is the only person that I get an email from when he gets online. I do have that turned on, I think. I have the OP auto clicker that does 99,999 clicks under 1 millisecond. God damn. Value. Game state, game settings, get volume map, get type. And then under here, I can go value. And under here, go format. Actually, I should do that, though, actually. Format vol to % value. And we're going to go into... I've already got this format set up. This thing here that I use for like formatting my pricing from integer to float and from integer to string. So what we can do in here is just add a static function for vol to percentage or vol to % value float. And we go return value multiplied by 100 as int. Then we add the same thing down here. Format vol to % value. Bam. Now, if I need to adjust that at any point in time, I can. Actually, that's an even better idea. Such a better idea. Do lovely. Lovely. So, yes, my streaming schedule for the next few days. What's going to be happening? I was going to do a 24-hour stream tomorrow. Unfortunately, last night I received an email from the NBN, the ones that maintain the internet lines and whatnot, and they will be doing maintenance on the internet, on like my internet for this area, between 7:30 p.m. tomorrow and 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Or, sorry, 5:30 a.m. Thursday. So like a 10-hour window. So obviously I can't do a 24-hour stream tomorrow. So the new plan is I'm doing regular streams today. I'm doing this morning, 5-hour off tonight, regular streams. Tomorrow, I will do a 10-hour stream from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then we won't do the night stream because it's not there. Thursday, I'm doing the morning stream only. And Thursday night, I'm heading up to... heading up to... up North Victoria, sort of thing. And Friday, there's no stream because I'll be at a funeral that day. And then Saturday will be regular stream. And Sunday will be 24-hour stream. Okay? Okay, that's the setup. That's the plan. It's all posted in Discord in the announcement section with formatted timestamps to show you in your time when the streams are. So yes, there's that. I'm also going to pop this up and pin it up here. So Sunday is in 2 full moons from now in regular time zones. Imagine join more Discords. Well, I mean, that's really the only place that I can communicate this information efficiently. Yep. I also need to put some work into the Discord to set up a section for Bobble Shop Sim for people to like raise tickets for Bobble Shop Sim, and give feedback and like talk about it and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be a specific channel, like category in the Discord that when people are joining, they can like, yes, I want updates and news and to talk about Bobble Shop Sim. So that's done. We've got the settings loaded, which sets it up. Hydrate. I can do that. That's something that I'm very talented in, is hydrating. Oh. I've managed to keep myself hydrated for 34 and a half years. Or almost, oh my god. Oh my god, almost 35 years. I'm only a couple of years away. I'm only a couple of years away from being able to say I'm approaching 40. Ah, that's a realization. One day you're in school having fun, the next day you're approaching 40. What's the problem with approaching 40? There's no problem with it. It's like in The Office when you get into the later seasons and Oscar says, he's sitting there and he's like, I mean, no, like this job's only temporary for me. Like, I mean, I've only known Kevin for, oh god, 12 years. It's just like, you haven't been tracking it, and then you realize, and you're like, what happened to the last 10 years? Like, I know stuff happened, but what? Anyway, so we've got all of this set up. That should load. Oh, actually. why all of them get set like that. I think what's happening... Your set is master. Your set is music. Your set is SFX. You don't have... Yeah, I know what's happening. There's no export. So all of them are set as master. And I can probably get rid of this and do volume label, volume type to string, volume type music. Oops. What up, Hamlet? Trying using Godot with C# was a mistake from my end. I apologize for all the meaning things I said of Java. I mean, it's fine. Like, using C# with Godot is fine, but if you're on Linux, you have the whole thing of needing to set up the Microsoft repo and all that type of stuff for Linux. And it's like, well, I just hate that. And then you've got to try and get all the tools working with it as well. And I find that if using Visual Studio or NeoVim, stuff like that, the C# autocomplete and stuff is a little bit eh. My complaint is C# just bloated. Yes, it is. Class-based languages like Java 8 is fine. Now all these features that I have to learn. Why? Because what's happening with those the reason new programming languages come out and the reason new web frameworks come out is the exact same reason. It's because you start with a programming language, a simple programming language that you can do everything with. If you know how, like if you understand the language, you can like write stuff to do what you need. And then they go, oh, this is something that people do a lot, so let's build that into it. So for example, when you have a string object, yeah, a string object is something uses all the time, and you get a join function and you get all this stuff. And that's useful. But what's not useful is creating something like a string object, like creating an object of something that's commonly done for 48,000 other things that people use. Some people in this industry use it, some people over here use it, but it's like 2% of people that use it. Yeah. And they just keep adding all of that stuff in to try and make the language more accessible and easier for people to use until it gets to a point where they go, we need to start again. And then you have a new language like Rust or Odin, that kind of stuff. A new language is like, all right, it's basically what those other languages are, or what those other languages were before all the bloat got added into them. And in 10 years' time, like 10, 15 years' time, those languages are going to have the same problem. And there's going to be other languages that come along to replace them. Same thing happens with web frameworks. Like React and that created all this stuff. And then they're like, let's make it easier for people to use. So they started adding in hooks and stuff. And then they're like, we need to fix this because it's all over the place now. So then they add more stuff in to fix the stuff that was put in to fix the stuff. and then they put more stuff in to fix more stuff that was supposed to fix other stuff. And then you have a new web framework comes out that's like, yes, this here fixes all of the issues that they had. And it's clean. It's clean. And then they start adding new stuff in. And then it starts getting to the same point of the language that it's replacing. Then it's horrible. It's a nightmare. Stuff of nightmare. Glad I left web dev. Yeah. It's when a solution becomes over-engineered. And it's the same thing with DevOps tools, I find. Like with DevOps tools, you go, okay, we have AWS SD, like Cloud SDK, which we can use to create stuff in AWS programmatically. And then we've got Google and Microsoft Azure's version, you know? And then there's Terraform that does all of those. Like it can integrate with all three of those. And then you've got Helm that Terraform, I think, can use. And Helm is specifically focused on Kubernetes stuff. So you go, all right, to deploy this stuff to GCP, we can use Terraform. So that way we can deploy to GCP. And if we need to change to AWS, it's simple because Terraform can just point to AWS and done. And then we use Helm on top of Terraform to create all the Kubernetes stuff. And it's like, it's over-engineered to the point where it's too confusing to use. It's just easier to do it all through the AWS SDK. C# is simply perfect, and there is nothing wrong with it. Lies and slander. I had to go back to GD script. If anything is slow, it's slow move algorithms to C, C++. I have power and simplicity. Focus on solving problems rather than figuring out the language. I'm trying a new project, and I said, let me try C# since I've been working with Java at my job. How bad could it be? Oh my god, what's going on? Stuff of nightmare. Glad I left web dev. Me too. Like, I'm glad I left web dev, but at the same time, if I need to get a job, I will happily do like a part-time contract 3 days a week to bring in money to continue paying for streaming and game dev. Like, if it gets to that point, I'm more than happy to do it. Use it as a way to make ends meet. You'll soon need frameworks to framework your framework's framework. You already do. Like, you want React that runs server-side, like does server-side rendering and stuff, use Next.js. Next.js has React as a dependency, doesn't it? Pretty sure it does. Let me check. Next npm. Dependencies. I don't know. It's only got those these days. And then dev dependencies. Look at this. Look at all the stuff you need. There you go. Types React DOM. So it requires the types. So yeah, if you want to build with this, you do need the React types, but you don't need React itself. Oh no, React refresh. What the fuck is React refresh doing here? Storybook is a dev dependency too. 117,000 dependents. God damn. That's yuck. What up, Bob? How you doing? What up, Jaggy? How are you? As web dev is a mess at the moment. We all need to move to WebAssembly and just get off JavaScript. You've been loving C# ever since. Hold squiggly brace. Hold squiggly brackets. Hammer space. What happened to the traffic game? We stopped that. That was a while ago. We stopped that back in like January. What up, Conker? How are you doing? But it's okay. It's okay. We're making a better game now that's going to have comic books that insult Karens. And I don't mean people that are named Karen. I mean people that act like a Karen. I thought I needed a lot of dependencies for my Python project. No. Web dev dependencies is hell. That's why when I build a website for Hypnotic Games, I'm going to write it in just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I'm not going to bother with all of this extra BS. It's not that difficult to make a button change with styling and stuff like that. It's not that difficult to have your page layout change and whatnot. It's not that difficult to write a JavaScript function that returns a button with styles and classes attached to it. Which is basically what those things are doing. You're not making that shopping game? A Bobble Shop Sim, yeah. I'm awesome. What about you? I'm doing fantastic, Conker. Do the comic books include dwarves? They include the they will be on the bobbleheads. So they'll be about the bobbleheads. Yeah. We do. There is something, so after release updates, we'll have this stuff. So we'll have like mythical. So we can have like minotaurs, medusas, ice giants, elves, dwarves, centaurs, that type of thing. Yeah. So there will be dwarf bobbleheads. Yeah. At some point. Volume label, get type. You are going to be SFX. That'll work. All right. So now, when I load this, and I go settings, volume, yeah, they're at 50%, you're at 25%. Love it. I love it. That's fixed. decided that I no longer want to go homework. I have 3D modeling to do. I'm going home. You don't want to do homework. Right. I wasn't sure if you were saying you don't want to do homework or you don't want to go home. See you soon, Mike. See you soon. We're about to hit ads anyway in like 5 minutes. When mute is pressed, one thing I noticed about this was when you press mute, new settings loaded. But if I run this and go here and I go to volume, see how it didn't change until the second click? That's what I... That's what I need to do. If it has type, muted is true. Muted volumes, erase. And the icon is volume off. Muted is false. Muted volumes. Append. There's toggle the sound bus. So if it has it, that's what we need. Me and my silly logic. So if I do that, then we load up. I need something. I think I need this to track change settings. Add your prototype functionalities in 3D before implementing adding art modeling. Let's have a capture as the player, but soon I'll need to add weapons and stuff. When it comes to that, I generally start with like a capture as well. Capture that just moves around and whatnot. And then for prototyping, equipping things, I will set up, I'll set up the node that will be my equipment slot. So when I equip a weapon, it goes to the weapon slot. When I equip a helmet, it goes to the helmet slot, all that sort of stuff. And then you can map all of that out. And all you need to do once you've got your character imported with its armature and stuff, you just need to move those equipment slot nodes under a bone attachment so that those nodes move with a bone as an animation plays and stuff like that. So I do very similar to how you're doing it at the moment, Hamlet. And we got ads coming in. Let's get our daily Akari out of the way, shall we? Let's see. Medium. Okay. plenty of options to start here. So that's obviously not correct. But now you can't. Okay. Now I can't get you though. There we go. Lovely. Alright, back into Game Duel. Let's start with Spider-Man 3. Give me a game, chat. Single player, has third person perspective. What up, Giddy? How are you doing? We've got platformer, superhero, open world. Getting close to a finished demo? Good to hear. What if we try... It's not open world, so it's not going to be Borderlands. What if it's a Battlefield? First person, third person, isometric. No. Nice. It was a question for me. Okay. We are getting close. Alright, we've got a bunch of... Well, I mean, close in terms of functionality of the game. When it comes to, like, artwork and modeling, we're still... Like, artwork and modeling is the largest thing that we have left to do. So, I will be doing a lot of that coming up. First person, third person, isometric. This is going to be an Assassin's Creed. No, because Assassin's Creed doesn't have first person. Not a shooter. It's EA published single player game. I don't know EA published single player games. It's a fantasy game. It's not RPG. Fantasy game, not RPG. Ads are over. Yay. Anyone have any idea what we're looking for? We could look at... First person, third person isometric is throwing me out. I don't know of any... I'm trying to picture a game that has that. It's not a platformer. Not a shooter, not an RPG. It's not going to be a fighting game because that would just be like side view. Let's narrow down years. At 2012 to 2015. Let's go RimWorld. 2014, 2015. It looks... Oh! Duh. I didn't realize that The Sims had first person. The Sims has first person? Since when? Since when does The Sims have first person? What's... Apparently... You know what I want to do? You know what I want? I'm going to add a... options button. Items. I need to get different flags, to be honest. Does Kenny have anything with flags? I think they added it soon after Inzui came in. Ah, smart. Smart. Oh my god, Athano! G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? Welcome in. What were you up to today? Unfortunately, I thought my fixes and stuff were fixed, but they weren't. Yeah. Anyway, let's give you a shout out here. Shout out, Athano. We are working on more of our game, so yeah, we're making a bobblehead shop sim. I'm just doing some setting stuff today. Nothing crazy. Raid and run, lovely mustache. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have fun running. I hope it adds years to your life. And thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Everyone that follows is a good dunt. It stands for good C word. Tell your friends and family, your employers, your doctor. Tell your God, if you have one. Whichever one it is. Yeah, everyone. Everyone and everything needs to know. Alright? Very important. But welcome in. Does anyone that's coming on the raid want to inform me about Athano? Hello, Kent. What are we kennying on this fine day? I'm actually just looking to see if they have anything flag related. Like if they have a pack of flags or something. It doesn't look like they do. So, maybe under textures, I don't know. No, they don't. All right. We are making Bobble Shop Sim. So we've got this little setup here. Working on his web game. Oh, nice. Does anyone have... Is there a link to the web game? It also has a nice beard. That's probably important info. That's super important info. That is super duper important info. This is our shop sim. This is Bobble Shop Sim. It's bobblehead focused. We've got Cinti assets for all of our NPCs and our buildings and such. You'll be able to hire a billboard to put up there to increase traffic. You can buy your bobbleheads, and they come in mystery boxes. Yeah, and oops, you can open them up, and it gives you this nice little opening effect that I need to add some really cool sound effects to make it like you know when you open a phone for the first time, and the box has that nice slide out sound. That's what we want. We want that. You want that. Yeah. And then you've got your bobble collection that'll display there. Yeah. G'day, Tricky. How are you doing? There's our Go Dobble. So it's our Godot bobblehead. And the heads do bobble. You can press E to bobble the head. And the head bobbles. Yeah. But yeah, this is our game. We've got a lot implemented. There's like some errors and whatnot that we need to clean up. But at the moment, I'm working on this little option here that is going to be a language select, which is why I'm looking for flags. Because your entire menu, like your entire thing is driven through a tablet. So you'll have your main menu and how you order stuff through the tablet. Yeah. Because that's the one thing that got me with TCG Card Shop Simulator was you'd pull up a mobile phone, you'd select an app, and then it would open up a full screen window. And I was like, I don't like that. If I'm bringing up the phone and I'm selecting an app, I want it to be displayed within the phone. So that's why we've got this. Yeah, now have a good one, Hamlet. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Don't allow reselect. What we want... I don't want you. What if I do... If I do that. Yeah. And then we can get rid of the arrow margin. Very nice. Very nice. And then what? I'm looking for... Yeah, I need to find flags. Game flag assets. $15 by 10 flags? Nah. Game flag. Game language flag assets. Maybe I'll just make them all myself. What up, Elliot? How are you doing? Damn. Damn. World Country Flag Pack. Flags Asset Packs. Complete list of 249. Current officially assigned. God damn. Deluxe version featuring all the flags. A sharp design. May not redistribute or resell them. I supply the sprites, you supply the game. I like this. I like this person. I like this person a lot. Flags Deluxe. Flags Zip. Both commercial and personal. I like it. I like it because this is exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah? Because under here, we'll have like EN. And if we add a placeholder, that is what? 48 by 32. And then we go minimum. I probably want the icon to be on the right. Yeah, like that. Yeah. I don't mean to backseat, but what? Go for it, backseat away. It'd be funny if they didn't label them, and you just have to figure out which flag was which country. That would be rude. They're like, here's all the flags. And it's like, even the file names are just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're not in any way pointing to which country it is. Oh, that would suck. That would suck so much. Watch me, I'll do it. Using flags for languages is kind of frowned upon because they're not one-to-one. What do you mean they're not one-to-one? I mean, for Brazilian Portuguese, I'd probably have like Brazilian flag. For Mandarin, I'll have Chinese flag. For Japanese, I'd have Japan's flag. Korean, I'd have South Korea's flag, because who cares about North Korea? English could be USA or UK. English will be the Australian flag. Thank you very much. Belgium has 3 languages, Dutch, French, and German. That's why we'd have German would have Germany's flag, French would have the French flag, and Dutch isn't going to be an option. So, you know. If you're going to use the flag of the Netherlands. If you're going to use the flag of the Netherlands, we're going to get pissed off. I'm not even going to have Dutch as an option. And if you're upset that you can't select French or German with the Belgian flag next to it, I suggest getting your own language, not another country's language. Oh, you don't see Australians sitting around going, why is English have the English flag next to it? Why doesn't it have the New Zealand or the Australian flag next to it? It's like, no, it's called English. It's from England. I vote Dutch should have a banana as a flag. Can I get a Quebec French, though? I mean, sure, why not? But yeah, if you don't have a visual representation for it, then anyone that's unable to read, like, if you select if you're looking for Arabic, and we have all of like this here just says EN, how do you know that this is going to be your language selection? Like, having the flag there allows you to go, oh, okay, this is that. Yeah. Obviously, Arabic gets a bit more difficult because there's a lot of countries that speak Arabic and a lot of them don't like each other. From my understanding. And what we could do... Actually, let me check. I believe so. I believe so. Hmm. Could just do like horizontal red, green, black, white sort of thing. Since those are the main colors that go into flags of Arab countries sort of thing. So if we do that, it's not a specific flag, but it's like the colors that might help indicate. I think Arabic's the only one that's going to be difficult. You don't need a flag for it. You could just have the abbreviation itself. But if, like, the problem with that is, like, people that, like, if I just have the abbreviation like this, then I'm also going to need a, where... I'll need this here. Yeah. So we'd want to do that sort of thing. But now you've got the issue of someone that can't read. Yeah. Someone that can't read, how do they know what it said? If you've got English selected and this says language and you don't speak English, how do you know that that says language? And that's generally where the icons come in. You know? Because kind of you can look at the icon and you can go, I don't know what that says, but I know that flag. I know that flag speaks this language. So you see the issue? It's like, do you sacrifice accessibility because a few people are going to be upset? Like, if we do, let's go. Game UI database. Let's have a look. So there is this one, which we could go with, like, there. I guess we could. Yeah, most of them don't have the flag. There's like only a very select few that do have the flag. So I guess the standard... I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Why, if you've got English selected, why put the English version of the language next to it? If someone's looking for Portuguese, they're not going to be looking for the English spelling. But yeah, I guess we don't need the flag. Yeah, no need for the flag. Good call. Good call, Kent. And what I could do, get rid of that. Change type. Comb the beard. I can do that. Comb the beard and then hydrate. What we can do is we can have it, they push the button and it brings up a menu in the center of the screen, sort of thing. There we go. There we go. And hydrate. Make your insides moist, everyone. Moisten up those body parts. We can set it to be like... Now, the question is, do we do language English or do we just do lang? Yeah. We would put it up there, or we like put it down here, or over here, or up here. I think top right is usually good for language. I could probably make this a stylized button too. Let's go disabled. Have the text say language English. Make it 360. And put it there, sort of thing. I've been diagnosed with fear of giants. B5 phobia. Oh, god damn. God damn, that's good. Very well done, Mike. Very, very well done. Let's see what that looks like. Invalid assignment of property or key text. Oh, yep. Because it wants me to do it this way. Under there. There we go. Go. Language. Default to English. Change it to green. Turn on disabled. Under layout, we'll make it 360. Okay. Now you got that there. That's some pretty good placement straight off the bat.
Scared goose.
Scared goose. Okay. If we go 1390, 130. Nice. I like that. And then we'll have it that you click it and it pops open. Pops open the, like, a menu over the top sort of thing. Oh my god. Oh. Sneezing is the worst thing in the world. How are you feeling today, Mike? It was like the second you said I've been diagnosed, Mike, I was like, uh-oh. And then I finished reading it and I realized it was a joke. Had a long night? Unfortunate. Add a scroll container, center, take this size. Last round of chemo starts next week. Then I get 2 weeks off before they fill me with radio. Oh my god. Which stations? Are you gonna get Triple J? 384 and 524. We'll probably go like 250. 250, 400, maybe. Maybe. Need 300. Let's also add a V box. Go under there. You will be center. No. You will be under that. And we will add a... panel container, which you will go under. And we'll have another V box, which you are going to expand. This thing here, we're going to set it up so it's 350, 500. And it's center of the screen. Actually, I might make this 400, 550 in the center of the screen. 5 weeks of radiotherapy. And that's like the last part of the treatment, isn't it? Is the 5 weeks radiotherapy. Now let's lock you there. Let's go. Language select. Needs to be scroll. Add a label. That will go here. And it will say language center. Worst part about having a media server corrupt isn't losing all the movies and shows. It's having to rescan each Blu-ray and disc again to re-add everything. Ouch. Ow, ow, ouch. Ouchies. That would suck. That would suck a lot. We do want this to be somewhere around the 128. Actually, no, we don't. No, we don't. We don't want you to be anything of the sort. What? Border width. Something like that. Corner radius. And the border can be white. I don't want it to blend. Corner detail. Corner detail of 8's pretty good. What do you use as your media server, McCory? Like, the only one I've really heard of is... what is it? Something Fin. You know what still brings a smile to my mind? What, Matt?
Welcome to the middle of the show. Fishy, 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 fish.
Fishy, 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 fish. It's a Monty Python thing, I know it is. Your reaction to my hip, not ick pun. That was a good one. That was a very good one. It was a fantastic pun. Meaning of life. I thought so. Actually, you know what I've discovered recently? Recently, I've discovered YouTube movies where they have some movies free with ads. So I've been watching things like Reckless Kelly, which is like an Aussie movie featuring Yahoo Serious as well. It has like Hugo Weaving and stuff, like people like that in it as well. It's like, how was there so many people in this movie that I know from like the 90s? Last night I watched The Slammin' Salmon, which is by the Broken Wizard Group, the ones that did Super Trooper and Beer Fest. And in that, there's a point where they're talking about fish, and they say fish a lot. And that fishy fish reminded me of that specific part of Slammin' Salmon. Funny movie. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you go watch it. Great movie. I think I need a separator in here, don't I? Or, rather than a separator, can I make that a gradient? No, I can't. Of course I can't. I like the channel Resident Stevel, where they vote on and watch a lot of movies, especially slept on ones. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Kind of bring attention to those underrated movies. That's what you want. So you know what? No. We can have this move down. I read that as ESP. Saw Naked Gun. Can't get over the man's laughter joke. What are you in for? Man's laughter. Manslaughter. Must have been quite a joke. The Naked Gun is an amazing movie. Both the original and the remake. They are so good. It's like old school comedy but being brought back. It's a neat experience watching a movie with other people in chat, talking about it as it goes. Lots of film buffs talking about this actor or that. Yeah. 33 and a third. $33 and a third. My God, I know that. Saw The Shining. Can't get over the red rum joke. Naked Gun 33 and a third. Oh, that's the third Naked Gun, isn't it? Something like that. Add a panel up here. I want this to be $60. I could probably do that. can't do that. We need this one. Change that. You change the corner to be what if we change the color? We can do that. And then this one, the background color. What's the orange that we're using elsewhere? I don't want to use that orange. No. Border width, bottom. Change the border color to be white. It doesn't quite fit all of it, does it? I think we might need... I think we can use that. That'll work. That's the thing, it's very flat. I want it to be more three-dimensional. He goes undercover. You really don't notice the drop-off in quality you get from streaming services until you're watching a 4K movie streaming from your own server. Makes sense, but still. How could I do this? How could I make this look 3D? I can add a shadow. Like that. I don't know if I want that though. Because it's not so much the shadow of this panel that I care about. But like having a difference in this. You know, having it look like this is raised up a bit or something. Because that just looks bad. You know? Can't use shadow. I might have to like draw these. I'm gonna worry about that later. This here, expand both ways. Potentially need to add a bit of a... So we need this. Actually, I think we can add a separation of 8. You can probably take away 2. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Playing list. So. Alignment. Begin. We can add a button. Each of these buttons be... Now we have English first. Then we have the font size as... Actually... Might be able to select flat button. There we go. You don't have that. It doesn't have that thickness to it, does it? Like the outline. There's FPOS button. So flat button's not what we want. It's definitely not FPOS button. Alright, let's create one. Lang button. Pull that in from button. Wonder if that's going to update or if it's going to be... There it is. Okay, perfect. It does update. Because I know with the nums, if you add a value to it, at least if you do it through NeoVim, if you add a value to it and you come back over into Godot, the drop-down list doesn't update until you reload. quite frustrating. Yeah, it's the small things. Small things. Eight. Get rid of that. Font color. Like so. Font size. Make it what? Make it 32. Outline size 12. 12 is looking good there. I think there's no character spacing. That is something I would like. Is some character spacing specification. Yeah. That'd be perfect. Minimum height 60. Okay. If we go English. Here's where it gets tricky. Fitting something like Brazilian Portuguese. Yeah. God damn it. I keep pressing enter. I don't mean to. We've got to make sure we have these alphabetical. What's the shorthand for Brazilian Portuguese? Yeah. I need something a bit longer than that. Because if I have this, say... oh, Jesus Christ. If I go Brazilian Portuguese... I don't even think that's how you spell Portuguese. I think there's an extra U in there. Yeah, there is an extra U. I knew I got it wrong. This may actually fit, if I'm being honest. Okay, never mind. It fits. Alright, we've got ads coming in. Let's hit another game duel. Yeah. Alright, we're looking for a single player game that has first person, third person, and or isometric. Maybe something else. After 2014. It's not a sim. So, what could we do here? Like, First person, third person, isometric bird view. What if we go with... it won't be Celeste, because that doesn't have any of those perspectives. Hypno, question. You ever watched the show Hannibal? I have not. I have thought about it, though. I have thought about watching it. Okay, so it could be a puzzle indie. Okay, it's isometric. An isometric, probably indie game. When was Patrick's Parabox? Yeah, Patrick's Parabox. Oh. Project Zomboid. Nah, I think that was... I don't think that works with the time frame. I remember seeing that when it came out. I remember liking the first season, but each season fell off more. I wonder if that was the time in between. Probably. Yeah. Let's try. We can rule out like Cult of the Lamb and stuff like that because it's not Digital Devolver. After 2018. Isometric bird view single player after 2018. Could be Hades too. (2019 to 2023). Isometric indie game between 2019 and 2023. It's not going to be Civ 6. What if we do... oh my god. RimWorld was 2013. This needs to be 2019 to 2023. Factorio was before 2019, wasn't it? Yeah, RimWorld is old. Yeah, Factorio was 2016. Okay, it's an RPG adventure indie. Between 2019 and 2023. Disco? Well, could be. Nice. Nice, gamer. I did not consider Disco Elysium at all. Nice. What else do we need? Italian, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, Ukrainian, Polish, Hindi. Okay. Portuguese. Italian. G'day, Bucky. How are you doing? Disco Elysium is a good game. Japanese. Also, all of these do that for disabled. Why did I do it that way? Why did I do it that way? Why don't I just go in here and do that? Oh, what do we got here? That's a puppy with the ball. Yep, we got the bot here. Oh my god, that's 4 cats. That's 4 for 1. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna integrate this. Bucky, I'm gonna do this same integration with my overlay. But whenever someone redeems it, it's going to put the picture, like whenever someone does the command, it's gonna like put the picture up for 3 seconds or 5 seconds in the center. Yeah. Who doesn't want to see them? Who doesn't want to see them? Korean. I don't think I can do that. You see how that happens? I don't like, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Nope. Never show. Follow focus. Yeah, that'll work. So apart from that, Mandarin, Ukrainian, Polish, Hindi. Now, I'm pretty sure I spelled that wrong. Let me just double check. I did. There's an extra I in there. Polish. Mandarin.
Why am I at work? Why am I not at school? That's right, because my brother is a little monkey.
Fair enough. I'm pretty sure F comes before G. There we are. Actually, no. I want you up there. So these are the ones that we have available at the moment. And I'm going to add a child node here. It's going to be a label up here. It's going to say coming soon. Then we have a horizontal separator. We put there. And there. Auto mod moment. What's REG? Oh, the old one. Nice. Nice. I much prefer this one. What's it look like without Dark Reader? Ugh. That's funny. It has the shadow going down that way into the white. And then when you turn it on, it has the shadow going the other way. Today is a maximum of 18 and sunny. No fire rating. And a high UV index. That's a nice day. That is a nice day. How you doing, Bok? At some point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put together a list of, like, put together an Excel or something of all of the dialogue, like all the UI text and all of the in-game dialogue and such that happens. And I'm going to ask people if they want to make like $30, because there's not going to be a huge amount. It's not like we're making an RPG that has a ton of dialogue or anything like that. So yeah, it's like probably 30 minutes of work for someone that's fluent in both English and whatever language they want to translate to. So at some point, if anyone here speaks Brazilian Portuguese or Italian or something, should add German, pretty big market. So this is my release. This is my release list. My demo list, I'm going to release the demo with German, Brazilian Portuguese, and Arabic. Which means I can remove Brazilian Portuguese from there. So these are the ones I'll release once we have, like, for the full game. But for the demo, I'm going to have English, obviously, Brazilian Portuguese, Arabic, and German. So that way we're hitting 3 big markets all at once. Yeah, and the Brazilian Portuguese is probably one of the most important. And Arabic as well, because I hear a lot that games are pirated in a lot of the Arabic countries because they don't have Arabic translations or anything like that. So they get like pirated and reworked and redistributed with Arabic language translations and stuff. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. But yeah. You don't want a Silksong Chinese translation situation. What happened with Silksong's Chinese translation? 8 hours of straight rain. Yuck. Yuck. French, Hindi, I think we got all of them. Yeah, we've got all of them. It was bad. There were review bombs from Chinese speakers. How are you planning to get translations? I'm gonna put together like a list of all the different things I need translated. So like, translating all of the UI, which is basically the only text there is just like UI settings, menus, item names, stuff like that. Interaction stuff. Translating all of those, as well as like the keyboard symbols and stuff for all the different icons. And then being like, all right, let's find some professionals that I can throw money to and be like, translate. It's like gonna be 30 minutes to an hour of work for someone that's a pro in the language. I've seen wild mini documentary on Brazilian online gaming. They set up their own network. Pretty wild. Yeah. I think what we can do here, we make it 8. Or actually no, if we leave it as 4, we change this. You're not going to commit violence, Goose. Stop saying that you're going to commit violence. Alright. This Reddit comment kind of outlines the issue with Silksong translations. Probably also in news, simplified Chinese translation. Don't really consider it a review bomb when it's a response generant effect, preventing people from enjoying the game. According to an article in PC Gamer, the issue with localization are creative, not grammatical, with one translator comparing the style to that of a wuxia novel. I don't speak a lick of Chinese, so I don't know what the wuxia novel style is, and without an English equivalent, it's hard for me to imagine what Chinese Silksong experience is right now. Translator colored the text with personal preference too much. Again, it was trying to mimic the archaic English feeling of the original text, but did it in a ridiculously inappropriate way, the extent of almost mistranslating some stuff, and is impacting people's ability to understand quest objectives. It's unfortunate, but I'm glad TC is actively working with translation to mend the issue. In the meanwhile, I will just enjoy the original text. Very thoughtfully made game. So, man. They might be archaic about Silksong's English. At best, it's a little poetic with a distinct style, but it's just normal modern English. From what I've read, it's more that they tried to turn it into some kind of Shakespearean Elizabethan English. Right. I mean, my text isn't that crazy. Like, my text isn't going to be like overly complicated dialogue between players that carries on through multiple areas of the game, sort of thing. Mine's just very simple. The customer wants to trade something. You speak to them. There's like a sentence that pops up. And it's like one of 5 sentences or something that pops up. You know? Other than that, it's basically just a button that says accept, cancel, refuse, offer, language, all that. Like, it's very simple. How far did you get with your game? What percentage is still missing for the demo? So for the demo, we got that to do. So I'm currently working on some UI stuff for the tablet. So like all the different settings and stuff. We're doing language at the moment. Get a spike, toodle spike. So we're setting up the UI for selecting a language at the moment. We need to do some better artwork for the UI to make the UI look better and more reminiscent of the buttons we're using. But other than that, it's animation, modeling, audio, having the NPC run out of the store. You're coding in Gedunt. What a Gedunt.gd. Ah, yes, .gd, the Gedunt language. Yep. Then there's the task system. That'll be like 2 or 3 days, maybe. And then there's just like a bunch of bugs and like reworking how much experience is given for different situations and how much the products cost and stuff. So we are on track. We are on track for a demo sometime November or sometime December kind of thing. And I'm probably going to put out the demo like once we've got all of the programming done and I'm focusing on modeling and artwork to kind of polish things up and get the last modeling stuff done, I will give access through Steam beta access or something like that for people to play and like tell me what bugs they have and stuff. And then I can fix those bugs while I'm doing the modeling and the artwork. Yeah. And then hopefully we end up with a game that's bug-free or mostly bug-free with a few language translations and enough functionality for a demo before February's Steam Next Fest. That's my target, Steam Next Fest in February. And the other thing I need to figure out, what do I want the limit to be for the demo? Do I want to have the demo prevent the player from going above, say, level 10? Do I want to have bobbleheads coming alive in the demo? Do I want the player to be able to hire NPCs? That type of stuff. Like, where am I drawing the line for the demo? because I haven't put in any logic, like any behavior tree or anything for an NPC to work at the store. We haven't done any of that logic yet. So, yeah. A lot of stuff to figure out. A lot. But we will work on what we can. We will work on what we can. I don't need to lock these in place, but I'm going to. Now what we want... Save branches scene. Go language select. I want to code in Gedunt. You do. Everyone wants to code in Gedunt. What are you talking about? Let's give this a language select script. Unique name. Also, what do we want the selected to be? We can add all of these buttons. We can make them all toggle. And we can give them a button group that we save as. Where did I put my other button group? Actually, do I have a button group? I don't think I have a button group for this yet. Let's go Lang button group. Oops. Get rid of all those. Quick load, Lang button group. Beautiful. It's going to go all the way down. All right. Settings base, game settings. So we'll have I guess we can do like nums language. We go Arabic, Brazilian, Portuguese, English, French, German, Hindi, Italian, Mandarin, Portuguese, Spanish, Ukrainian, Polish. Polish! I knew I was forgetting one. And Japanese and Korean. Jesus Christ. There we go. Alright, so we do this. I wonder if I set this up to check their PC's localization. I am. I always do that. I always do that. Thank you very much, Pask. I have it there, but I always miss it when I'm typing it out. I'm thinking what we need to do. We go 04, detect PC localization. It also supports loading translation files written in GNU to get text formats. It's not really what I want. I want to know... I want to know if there's a way I can get the operating systems translation, you know? So if I can get the operating system's language, like the desktop language or something. The same text in different ways can vary in length greatly. Make sure to read tutorial size and anchors. Dynamically adjust control sizes may help. Container may be useful as well as the text wrapping options. Ah, okay. So that's testing translations. Translating the project name. Okay. Locale codes. None of that's helping. And you know how to create the Steam page in multiple languages? Or don't you care about that? I will be setting up the Steam page in multiple languages. I just don't have the translations at the moment, so I can't do it. Godot 4. Get OS language. Get locale. There we go. So we can use this. And do like a locale. OS get locale. Is anyone there? Oh, there you are. I just had to duck off for a second. So it returns a string. So under here, we're under constants. I need to go. I don't need that in here. I only need it in here. Enum locale map. So it's going string to enum's language. It's going to be things like AR goes to enum's language, Arabic, sort of thing. Yeah. Unexpected end of file. Oh, yep. That's what it is. En enum's language English. How can we get this? Every substring after language is optional and may not exist. So because I know Arabic's just AR. You got EN. Like, what's it combining with? Script code. I know it's DE for German. But, like, I'm just trying to, like, this is returning a string. It's going to be like this. It's like it's got language underscore script underscore country underscore variant. So I guess I split it on underscore and take the first. IT is Italian. I think what I can do now is go locale split on underscore get the front. Then we go lang equals locale map get locale probably need to make sure this is loaded before anything else. Packed string. A. Oh, I guess I'm just going to do that. There we are. Easy. Super easy. Game settings, we'll call setup, and then it will load. And we can go settings loaded. I suppose I don't need this here. What I can do is move this under our close view. Move this under here, where we go like so. Gonna take those, pop them here. And go up, and we're gonna take this. Like so. You go pop. And we need this to also go game state, game settings, settings loaded. I'm gonna do if the game settings I don't need that there. What I do need if game state game settings has so now I can get rid of that. I can go game state game settings lang equals locale map get locale I think I may need to do like a unset. Then under here, we can go if game state, game settings, lang is not unset. We just do we want to set up the selected language. So do actually, if it is unset, now I'm going to do this. So this will be the first time it loads up. The first time the game loads up, it's going to check the computer's locale. And it's going to go if locale map has locale, we set that. Down here, we go set up locale selection. And this will now do a match on game state, game settings, lang. G'day, Snowflake. How are you doing? Welcome in. So the reason why I'm doing this setup locale is because we need to do like this. Arabic set pressed. Button pressed is true. I've been good. We've been cracking along with our Bobble Shop Sim. It's going good. It's going very good. You know what's even better? You know what's even better than doing that? We go on ready, locale button map has a dictionary of, I'm going to change this to locale. To button, we're going to go locale Arabic to Arabic. I can do, now that I know how to use this, I can go language, go locale. There we go. Okay. Get rid of that. Language, locale. There we go. Now it's probably complaining. That's annoying. You a hologram today? I'm always a hologram. Always a hologram. At least now I'm always a hologram. G'day, Cam. How are you doing? I say we do have that set. That's what we need to do. There we go. Enjoy your coding session. I'm off for today. No worries, Sander. Enjoy. Have fun. Ooh, you're on a 3 stream streak, Cam. Weak sauce. Alright. I'm gonna have to crack these open so I can do this weak sauce. So that open from that end. Here into it. Go. That's a broken tractor. All right. Have some of this tasty weak sauce. This one's really nice. I'm actually really enjoying this one. So. Super tasty. Love it. What can we do under here? Excited that Bobble Shop is going to be up soon. Give it time. Give it time. We're progressing towards the demo. We're about 2 months out from having a beta that people can play. You know? Give us some time. Give us some time. I don't think the weak sauce is hot enough. It's not. That's why it's a weak sauce. Like, if it wasn't a weak sauce, it wouldn't be a weak sauce. Yeah. All right. Don't start counting the Scoville till it hurts. Exactly. Exactly. You know what the go is. I'll find the hottest German sauce I can find. So pepper. It's going to be a pepper sauce. Europeans are known for being, like, unable to handle their spice. I'm also thinking the best transport from the airport is a bus to the city. And then the sub. I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. You get to experiment with it the day before. Nice. I like it. I like it. So when we do this, do enums locale English, enums locale German, good night, Cam Toodles. Have a good one. Enums locale Indie. Enums locale Italian. Locale I know we've got Spanish, Portuguese, Polish, Ukrainian, unset, yeah, I shouldn't need to worry about that. If locale map doesn't have locale, locale will just get set to EN. It was default to English if the locale is not in our locale map. Just to be on the safe side. What else? Oh, shit, that's right. Gotta run, have a good one. Have a good one, Snowflake. Locale Korean. And then move those two down here. Enums locale Mandarin. Do I go Mandarin or simplified Chinese? Is there a difference? Whoops. Refers to the spoken language, while simplified Chinese is the writing system that uses fewer strokes. Okay, so simplified Chinese is the one we want. Ads coming in. Welcome back, Kai. How are you doing? Let's hit this game doll. All right, single player after 2019. You are back. You have returned with a way better operating system. Nice. What operating system are you on now, Kai? What are we talking? So what? It's not Disco or eSIM. It's after 2019. It's single player. Arch with Hyperland. Nice. How are you enjoying Hyperland? Have you got it configured and whatnot? Running for a month already? Nice. Nice. I think we should go with blueprints. Okay, that's ruled out a lot. Is this gonna be like a Gran Turismo 6 or something? No. Gran Turismo 6 was back in 2013. Holy shit. Verily, nice. So it's a third-person perspective. I need some water. Oh, that's better. That is so much better. Okay, so what do we want here? We need a third-person single-player game. Just any third-person single-player game between 2020 and 2024. That's all we need. Talos Principle 2. Okay, so it's Unreal Engine and it's sci-fi. Third person. Unreal Engine sci-fi third person. Probably a shooter. 2020 to 2022. What shooter that is sci-fi came out in those 3 years for Unreal Engine and is also single player? I can think of a lot of multiplayer shooters, but we don't want multiplayer shooters. Multiplayer shooters are not what we're after. Why can't I think of any third-person shooters that are single-player? God damn it. I'm just going to go Cyberpunk to rule out 2020. Okay, so it is 2020. It is single-player. It's not a shooter. Not a shooter, not an RPG, not puzzle, not sport, not sim, not racing, not strategy, not indie. It's not going to be Valorant, because that's a shooter. Sci-fi comedy fantasy. Sci-fi comedy fantasy. Third person, Unreal Engine, single player, sci-fi comedy fantasy. I feel like we should know this. Could it be a platformer or a hack and slash? Or a fighting game? No, it's third person, not side view. Only up? Okay, it's a platformer. It's a third person platformer, sci-fi comedy fantasy single player game. Does that help, gamer? Crash? Crash what? Like, Crash Bandicoot 4, it's about time. Nice. Nice. I like it. Third person and side view. Beautiful. Well done, gamer. This here, we need to search and replace the Mandarin and change it to simplified Chinese. And over here, I don't even know if this game's going to be sellable. Sellable in Chinese, but yeah. Where are we? French is FR. Hindi is HI. Okay. Hindi. HI. Italian is IT. Korean is KO. KO. Nums locale, simplified Chinese. We're also going to have the nums locale Portuguese. The nums locale Polish. The nums locale Spanish. I think that's ES. Espanol. And then Ukrainian is what? Polish is PL. Ukrainian is UK. UK. Portuguese. Portuguese is PT. I don't see anything here for simplified Chinese. Just ZH, I assume. So I assume we just do that. You can also earn the limited time Crypt Clipper badge by sharing the spookiest clips you find. Just download, export, and share a clip to social media from October 27th to November 2nd to unlock it. That's what I'll be doing. I mean, I'm doing that like every day anyway. Every day I'm getting clips, downloading them, turning them into shorts, and uploading them to YouTube, so. Also this, a 5 stream streak. You're smashing it. JA. And now we need to find... Okay, so then we have one. Country code. If you ever want the language code, not the fully
A
specified
5-stake
locale.
Steam. No. A 5-stream Shrek. Dang it. A 5-streamy Shrek. Never mind.
5-stream Shrek. Because what's the script code? Because country code's obviously going to be PT_BR for Brazil.
I wonder what Twitch qualifies as a spookiest clip. I just went to the clip site. He made and downloaded 25 of them. That should work.
It's literally just download a clip and share it. Like, create a clip, download it, and share it. That's all it is. The spookiest clip means nothing. They're just saying that because it's Halloween. They're not validating each and every clip that gets made. That's not what's happening. You don't even need to share it, to be honest. Yeah, you just download it. Download it, don't need to share it. And they're like, yep, you shared it, sure. What, Sammy? I have a ghost behind you. I have a ghost above me. And it's not a ghost, it's a demon. Yeah.
Is it me?
Yes, you are the demon. Shared it with my SSD. Exactly. Some streams, they are game locked. With some streams, they are game locked. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's only some events, like watch 10 minutes of... Oh yeah, but that's like... Those are specific ones. Like... If Twitch had have said... Play a horror game that's on this list for 30 minutes, or watch a stream of one of these horror games for 30 minutes to earn this badge. That's different. That's different. That makes sense. When they do this share a clip stuff, like they do it for every special event. Like every holiday, basically, they do it. just to like get people to share clips. And I don't even know why. Like, the clips are being shared off platform, so it's not like Twitch is getting viewership of the clips. It's an attempt to draw people into Twitch. But most clips that I see of people that stream on Twitch won't just say watch on Twitch. They'll have like the person's YouTube, Twitch, and Kick sort of thing, or YouTube and Twitch. So that way people are like, okay, I can go to Twitch or I can go to YouTube to promote the streamer mainly. Twitch doesn't give a shit about the streamer though. Like, Twitch wants the streamer to promote themselves so that Twitch makes more money from people watching Twitch. Twitch doesn't care which streamer it is. Allowing to just download a clip means nothing. Yeah, exactly. If we go... If locale is PT, I'm gonna go...
And then I saw her face, now I'm a believer.
I've always had a love and hate relationship with TWITH.
Let's do Lang. So let's set that up. And then we can go country equals. Actually, for part in locale split underscore.
And not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love, I'm a believer.
If part is BR, continue. Otherwise, we will do what? Game state. Actually, let's go lang plus equals BR break. There we go. There we go. Thanks for the lurk, Oki. You've got that song stuck in my head now, Oki. Why? Why did you get that song stuck in my head and then run away? Is Pagoli here? I don't know. Maybe. They might be lurking. Who knows?
It's not my fault, blame it Sammykins.
God damn it, Sammy. God damn it. I'm gonna blame both of you. I'm gonna blame both of you. Sammy's first at fault. And then Oki Oki continued it and then ran away. Yep. Can't blame me if I'm not here. I can blame you. I just can't do anything about it if you're not here. There's a difference between blaming you and doing something. Okay, so... I think that'll work. Alright, so we do this. That'll handle setting up the language locale stuff. And under here, change locale. In code, the object TR function can be used. This will just look up the text in translation and convert to be found. But do I need to like emit a signal or something and to like tell these to re-update? Yeah. Bagor is always in Cavino's chat, like always, even when it's offline. Somehow he always responds to, and it weirds me out. Thanks for the lurk, Riley. Don't expose him like that. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, but hello, Maxwell. How are you doing? So, for everyone that's come in after I said it before, there's some changes to my stream times this week. It's a very messed up week of stream times. It's a very hectic week this week. Today we're regular streams. So we stream now, finish in an hour and a half, take 5-hour break, and then we stream tonight for another 5 hours. Tomorrow, I've been informed that the NBN is doing maintenance on my internet from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night to 5:30 a.m. on Thursday night. So there's no 24-hour stream tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will do a 10-hour stream, starting from 7 a.m., which was 3.5 hours ago, up until 5 p.m., which is when the next stream normally starts. So we'll have a 10-hour stream instead of 2 5-hour streams. Yeah. And then Thursday, I will stream Thursday morning, and then there won't be any stream Thursday night. And there will be no streams on Friday. And that's because Thursday night I'm going to be traveling, and Friday I'm going to be attending a funeral. And then on Saturday, we will be back to our regular streaming schedule. And Sunday is going to be the 24-hour stream. Okay? All of this with timestamps for your area in your time zone is in Discord under announcements. If you care, you can go there and see. So that's it's a messed up week. It is a very complicated week. Cavino, you've done localization, haven't you? And then the next week after, even more messed up with times. I know, right? I know. So I'm getting it all set up. Obviously, we use TR to determine. Yeah, we get the value. I'm just trying to find where do I set things? Like, so I'm setting up my drop down. If they select a language, am I hitting the translation server? Am I telling the translation server, hey, this is the value to use? This is before I even get to creating the localization stuff. Before I get to that, I take it I'm calling this. I take it I'm calling this here the set locale. Sets the locale of the project. The locale string will be standardized to match known locales. ENUS would match ENUS. If translations have been loaded beforehand for the new locale, they will be applied. Okay, cool. So I do set locale, and then all buttons and labels and stuff will be updated from that. Hello, Rebel. There's a function on translation server. Let me check project real quick. It seems like it's just set locale. So if we go in here, this sets our locale. So I'm setting it as an enum. I probably don't need this. So if I change this to be if I get rid of the enum, we just have this. Yeah. We do JA. Do KO. ZH. PL. PT. ES. UK. It's going to do string to that. And I can get rid of this locale map. This can just be a string. Can do that. And then when the settings are loaded, we check, go if that is empty, and we do that. Then we go translation server, set locale to game state, game settings, locale. Game state, game settings. Save settings. Get rid of this. Once we've done this, we can go set up buttons. And this can now just go like Arabic, button up, connect, translation server, set locale, and we just bind AR. That's basically all we do. You gave up on Alpine. You just couldn't get the keyboard working. Can you take me through what the like process was for that? Keyboard breaking or Alpine installation. Just like the general Alpine Linux setup process, and not considering your issues with the keyboard stuff. What was it like? Because I've never used it and I've always been interested. You start off, type in setup Alpine Linux. Then it's really easy setup. Oh, whoops. That says bind. German. Hindi. Now the fun part. downloading every single little thing manually. Drivers, some dependencies you have to download manually. Then if you really, really get lucky, you will have Alpine Desktop. So... But that probably won't last long. Oh... That's good. That's good. PT, ES, UK. Portuguese, Spanish, Ukrainian, Japanese, Korean, Simplified Chinese. Japanese, Korean. There we go. All right. What's the appeal of Alpine? No GNU and fastest package manager and lightweight. Alpine is not really meant for desktop use. Yeah, it's more container, Docker type stuff. Like Docker or like Amazon container stuff. You're on the best distro ever, Linux Mint. It's not the best. Let's quickly backtrack in there. English, French, German, Hindi, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Simplified Chinese, Polish, Portuguese, Spanish, Ukrainian. I think for a small indie game like this, that's more than enough language support. What up, Millsy? How you doing? Like tonight we're going to be doing more work on the overlay, I think. Because things still aren't working properly with the overlay. That reminds me. I've got to push buttons. I keep forgetting to do that. I'm very annoyed at the moment. Nautilus commands can access my 2 other hard drives, but Dolphin can't. Interesting. Very interesting. Have you tried giving the Dolphin a fish? Just use the best file manager ever, PC Man FM, or just use Pac-Man. Yeah. Oh my god. Pac-Man puts people back in their box. Totally wears a yellow sphere helmet. He's Pac-Man. And I'll call them the Pac-Man to avoid any sort of issues with Pac-Man. I went into live USB mounted Regen F-stab still didn't work. Took me a while to realize that Archer's Pac-Man stands for Package Manager. That's like the first thing that pops into my head. Like, how do I install packages? Oh, I use the command Pac-Man because it's short for Package Manager. Oh. Pac-Man also works faster if you give him pills. But he's easily spooked. Ow. So that's very easy done. Very easy done. Very, very easy done. And then we've got our localization. I think under here. So I'd like add DOT generations, files translated, files with translation strings. Huh. There's a command that turns the status updates of downloads into Pac-Man. Yes. Yes, there is. That's the thing that CachyOS uses. CachyOS has that install thing go, like the... Yeah. Linux Mint won't stop bugging me about the update manager. It wants me to update the update manager. Ew. Update the update manager? Why would you do something so foolish? Update that asset manager studio works. I was doing it wrong. However, it's not the source. It's the zip. So when you can't compile... When you can't compile Dedi builds... What's Dedi? Wants me to update the update manager through the update manager. Updating the update manager with the update manager. Which then tries to update the update manager because the update manager is trying to update the update manager. Trying to update the update manager. And then you end up in an infinite loop. I was messing with Solus before I installed Linux Mint. And I put Bedrock on it. And Bedrock changed my root and user password. Unfortunate. I know what we need to do. This one here. Like what we need to do is grab this. Go into here. Do that. Ovid. Hovid can be that. Not tried mint. Groups everyone suggests it. Like, Mint is popular as like a starting distro. Like your first distro would be Mint, Fedora, or Ubuntu sort of thing. You know, these days maybe CachyOS or Omaki as your first distro. And then you can go more into the weeds with like, yeah, things that don't hold your hand as much. Like, I know people say like Arch is easy to use, but those people have also been using Arch for a while and they're used to it. They're not considering someone coming from Windows into Arch, how much of a shift it is. Like, if you take your everyday user, your everyday PC user, and give them Arch, they're gonna be like, all right, I want to install something. And then they go to a website and they're like, all right, cool, I download this. And then they download something and they're like, all right, what is this file? What is this .deb file? Like, all of a sudden they're like, yeah. Try to install Gobo Linux, decide to install Grub on my Windows drive. Windows just decides to nuke all my 2 Linux drives. Arch install script does make it easier. Like, it makes it easier to install, but the general use is like not as user friendly as like Windows or Mac or anything like that. I've got GNOME right now. Ew. Not to hate on GNOME, but I kind of hate GNOME. Yeah, I agree with you, Sammy. And by all means, hate away. Hate on GNOME as much as you like. I'm all for that. What up, Blue? Now, the title does say continuing towards a demo. So the demo's like a month away from being functional. And that depends on if I add other things into the demo to be done. So like, where am I drawing the line with the demo, chat? Am I just arbitrarily limiting the store's level to be like level 10 cap? Or am I going to say you can have your store level go as high as you like, but you're unable to hire NPCs because we don't have that functionality implemented or anything? Like, or do I do both? I'm thinking I let their level go up as high as they like, and we don't have customer reviews. I'm thinking we don't have customer reviews. We don't have NPCs being hireable. We're only going to have half of the bobbleheads that will be available. So we're going to have 10 bobbleheads for each category. But we're obviously going to have 20 in each category that get released. Maybe we'll do like 5 hero, 5 villain. Yeah. When the demo, so the first 2 days. How much is your demo? $5. Right? $5. They can do anything allowed in the 2 days. Well, that would just be like however much money they're allowed to get. So I could limit it to like the first 3 days sort of thing. I could do that. I could say, okay, you can play the first 3 days because that would give, what, each day is 15 minutes. That could be increased to 20 minutes. You know? I'd do 1 week. I could do a week. Like, I could just be like, all right, this is the total number of days you can do. But that feels like an arbitrary limit. It like why? Why am I setting that limit? You know? Like, functionality limits. I was never a fan of demos that limited functionality. Time demos much better. But that's the thing, Mike. The reason why there's functionality limits is because they're not built yet. So we haven't built the ability to be able to hire an NPC. We haven't built the ability for customers to leave reviews. We haven't built the ability to assign bobbleheads to repair other bobbleheads or to sell conscious bobbleheads to weird shady characters. That's why demos have limited functionality, because they're like, here's a demo that shows the main gameplay aspects. Play it, find bugs with the main gameplay aspects, you know, let us know your opinion of it so we can change gameplay of this main loop stuff before the release. While you're doing that, we're going to build the remainder of the game, like the extra things you can do, the stuff that's not important to the gameplay loop, you know? Less demo, more proof of concept. No, Millsy, that is an early access game. That's an early access game. I fucking hate early access games. Most catchy game music, Ratatan. Yeah, I can see that. Rhythm roguelike action game. Yep. Yep, I'm gonna stop listening to that before it gets stuck in my head. That's not a functionality limit. That's literally just the game not being finished. You aren't limiting functionality. You're just setting an arbitrary in-game time limit. So on the second day, when you close the store for the night, you get the thank you for trying the demo. Wishlist on Steam. Get notified when there is a full release. I could do that. I could do that. I think I might set it to 3 days. That's a good point, Mike. But I think setting it for 3 days allows them enough time to build up money to buy an extension of the store, to start to unlock more products and whatnot. Get the store level up to like level 3 or 4 sort of thing. Is what I would imagine the first 3 days would let you get to, or like maybe level 6 or something. So they can like buy new furniture, expand the store, that type of stuff. and then they get the message at the end of the third day, because that gives it about an hour of game time, I reckon. What file system do I use? I think I'm just using... I can't remember if I'm using BTRFS or if I'm just using ext4. I can't remember. One of the two. That's right. We're setting up this stuff. Border color. Have you ever tried Bedrock Linux? No, I haven't. You ever checked out Omarchy? Seems like the best Arch in a box you can get today, if you don't mind the strong opinions. I haven't tried Omarchy just because it's way too large of a download. I think CachyOS is probably the better option. I'd probably say if you want to use like an Arch Linux flavor, I'd probably go with Omarchy instead. But yeah, I miss the old Antigos. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna have a border for this one, because this is just hover. This is hover. Focus, on the other hand, I guess you like Hyperland, cool, but if you don't, then bad luck. And downloading CachyOS and putting it on my Ventor USB. Omarchy is specifically Arch and Hyperland based. Yeah. CachyOS gives you the option at install to decide if you want i3, Hyperland, KDE, like all this stuff. TempleOS will always be peak Linux. They say the man who made it was chosen by God to be the best programmer in the world. I think he said, like, the person that made it, they said that, yes. I think Arch is pretty easy, even for beginners. My friend wanted Linux, and he wanted Arch. He's genuinely the dumbest MF I know. He figured it out instantly. But is he normally the type of person that tinkers and like tries to test things and whatnot? Like try to figure things out? Because you gotta remember, there's a difference between the people we socialize with and that we know versus the everyday business user. Like real estate agents, office workers that are just sitting behind a desk filling out an Excel spreadsheet and sending emails. Like there's a big difference between those people. So again, Small, you're just talking about the installation process. But Arch Linux is more than just an installation process. Yeah. It doesn't come with a UI package manager by default. You've got to do everything via the terminal, and that scares regular users away. You know, that's why you have Mint and Ubuntu and all this stuff that comes with a GUI package manager, so that people can search for the application they're looking for and like install, sort of thing. Yeah. It's those small things that we don't account for because we're used to it and we use it that way, is very, very off-putting to the everyday average person. Oh yeah, ads. Another game duel. Let's see, what are we starting with? Single player, third or side view platformer. We have to go with Celeste next, right? Bam. All right, chat, come on. What's a game? Give us a game, 2019, single player, side view. Super Meat Boy, that's not 2019. Ooh, could be Little Nightmares 2. Terraria. I think Terraria is before 2019. I'm thinking something like Little Nightmares 2. But that's Unreal Engine, so it's not going to be Little Nightmares 2. Super Mario Maker? Could be. Let's try it. No. It's not Super Mario Maker. It's not Nintendo in general, sort of thing. It's not Little Nightmares 2, because that's Unreal Engine. We've already ruled out Unreal Engine. Starbound? No. It's not sci-fi, not fantasy, not comedy, not kids. Could be a shooter. Could be a fighter. Could be a fighting game. Is there a Street Fighter or a Tekken or something that came out? Streets of Rogue? It's not Streets of Rogue. I swear there was like a Street Fighter, or it could be like a... like Marvel vs. Capcom type thing. It's not a fighting game. It's not a superhero game. Okay. Alright, so it's a platformer, hack and slash, arcade indie game. We could try a Streets of Rage. Alright, it is just an action game. So, side view single player 2019. Platform, hack and slash, indie arcade. This one's tough. So we know it's a PS4, Xbox One, or a PS... It could be a PS5, Xbox Series X, Windows sort of thing. I'm thinking it's Windows, PS5, Xbox Series X. Spelunky 2? Let's have a look. It's not Spelunky 2. When did Shovel Knight come out? No, Shovel Knight's got multiplayer. Never mind. Never mind that. Bloodstained. Could be. It could be Blasphemous or something as well. Which Bloodstained? Ritual of the Night? It's not. Our last guess. I don't think Blasphemous will count as an arcade game. Is it Ori? Which one? Willow of the Wisps or the Blind Forest? And is this considered a platform arcade hack and slash? Not sure. Do we know what engine it was made in? Metroidvanias don't hit arcade, I guess. I guess not. Ori was Unity. In that case, it's not going to be Ori because we've already ruled out Unity. That was 13 streak. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. Come on, Rebel. Give us a hand. Throw out an answer. Spider-Man for SNES. God damn it, Mike and Hill. I've got no clue. I'm out of ideas. Tunic's top down. It's not a fighting game. We've ruled out fighting. It's only platform hack and slash indie arcade. Platform hack and slash indie arcade. Dead Cells, Code Vein, Katana Zero. God damn it. Something tells me we're not getting this one. I think Dead Cells was like 2017 or something like that. I'm not picking anything you throw out, Mike and Hill. We really need the engine or developer. Well, we know it's not Unreal Engine, Unity, or Microsoft XNA. We know it's none of those. So it's probably, like, if it's an indie, it's probably Game Maker. Is Katana Zero Game Maker? Screw it. Picking Katana Zero. Nice. It was Game Maker. Yeah. Very nice. Very, very nice. Well done, Mike. Well done. Told you so. Mike and Hill, you said Code Vein. Alright? Micra is the one that figured it out, not you, Mike and Hill. Proof? Proof? Okay. Right there. Mike and Hill. Code Vein. Just pick mine, I'm never wrong. Cool Photoshop. That was the chat window. That was the chat window. You saw me scrolling the chat window. Don't try and lie your way out of this, Mike and Hill. You gaslighter, you. Yes, cat. That's a jumping cat. Oh my god. That's rare. And now we need to balance it out with dog. Hey, that's a dog in a field. Okay. Now that we've got that stuff set up, got this all connected, we are in the middle of styling. That's right. I think in here. Now we'll do that. Hovered will be lighter. Focused will be the border on the top and the bottom. Normal is just the text basically. And pressed is this. Let's run it. Oop. Why are you up there? I need to make sure these focuses are set up. Left and right. Well, left is that. Right is that. Bottom and next. Previous and top. The reason why I'm doing this is to prevent people tabbing or using the controller to accidentally navigate to these buttons here. Just to like make triple sure that they remain within this area. Actually, I think right. No, I'll let them press like escape or back to like close this. Yeah, whoops. English. German should be next. Brazilian should be previous. German. Put self for both of those. Top. Previous. Bottom. Next. There we are. So now it keeps them within that area. Turn that off. This dialed button here will be language. I keep forgetting to put the percent at the start of that. I should really work on that. Not under here. Under our settings page. Under this. No. Under our main menu. Silly me. I should do some sort of voting for the... Like, when we implement the cats and dog, like the cat and dog stuff up there, I should have one that is... have one that's like compare. Or have like a random one. And people can do a prediction of if it's going to be a cat or a dog. Yeah. Just something fun. Have people win and lose points through guessing on if it's going to be a cat or a dog. Where's ready? Here we are. Language, button up, connect. Language selection. Language selection, go. Language. No. Language select, visible is true. Under here, we can do a GUI input, maybe. I think the GUI input is just stuck to. I don't think this. I don't think this will receive GUI input, but we'll see. If event is action, UI cancel, then. No, we don't want this because if we close it here, I don't want an unhandled input. If language select visible and event is action UI cancel, language select visible, false. And language, grab focus. There we are. I think that'll work. I'll also do equals the opposite of language select visible. What up, Hamlet? Welcome back. How was your time away from us? Did you have a grand old time? I think it was. I think you had a grand old time. Spend some time designing, studying. Nice. What are you designing? A new Vulcan book. You're not trying to build stuff that hooks into like Vulcan directly, are you? I keep getting told that that's a nightmare to deal with. Let's see, language select visible. Language select visible. Opposite the language. Blah, 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 blah. Words. Let's also hook up a disability changed. Connect. If visible, so if not visible, return. Otherwise, I need to select a button. Like game dev. If I get bored, I procrastinate with C, DirectX 11, Vulkan. Doing it for studying purposes. Okay. That still sounds yucky. I guess I can still have like a map. Like a locale button map that does string to button. Does like AR, Arabic. EN English, PTBR as Brazil Portuguese, FR French, DE German, HI Hindi, I've also modern game framework. You might get ideas from the code there. Good old mono game. So far, so painful. Really low level stuff. Although I still managed to make time and go through it. Yeah, that's as long as you can make time and go through it, you're gonna progress. Japanese, Korean, simplified Chinese, what else? Polish, Portuguese, Spanish, Ukrainian. Actually, if locale button map has actually get locale, no, has locale. What up, Potter? It's a game. Exactly, Sammy. Forgot you had that command. What up, Meister? How are you doing? I'm just prepping some stuff for localization. If it doesn't have it, or the locale is disabled, game state, game settings, locale equals en, else that. When are you planning to release? I want to have the demo ready by December so that I can give access to some people in the community so that they can find bugs and report them to me if they want to. And then I want to have the demo released in February in preparation for Steam's Next Fest in February. And then have a full release by like May sometime. That's my plan. So, yeah. Let's hit that $1 million. You know it, Hamlet. You know it. Spread the word to everyone you know. Okay? Tell all of them. Up here, if visibility is changed, if it's visible, so if it is visible, I can go locale button map, get game state, game settings, locale, grab focus. Excellent. English has been focused. And then we can... This is a good initial UI. If I select that, when I select it, I want it to close and update the button. All right, so from there, hit escape, it goes back here. Click on that. Excellent. So we need this to do set locale. Translation server, set locale, and visible, false. Found a new programming language. Over Mighty, I use Arch, by the way. I use Arch, by the way, is a Turing-complete programming language. I use Arch, by the way, is a necessary programming language based on brainfuck in which the commands are the following keywords. I use Arch Linux BTW, by the way. Ew. Why do they have Gen 2 in there? Example program that prints hello world. Linux, the Linux, I Arch use way, I Linux, by the way. Linux, the Linux, I Arch, use way, I Arch, by the way. Arch. God damn it. I hate this. Original BF program. God damn. Why did you give me this? Why did you give me this? I use Arch, by the way, forever. I see no usage of Gen 2. There is no usage of Gen 2 in here. What up, Teeth? How you doing? Showcase Gen 2 keyword, which is the official command line interpreter handles by printing information about the program state. I Arch Gen 2. I Arch Gen 2. I Arch Gen 2. By Gen 2. That is... Some people have a lot of time on their hand. Doing great, thanks for asking. What test environment did you end up going with on Arch? I use Hyperland. Yeah. Hyperland is my one. Beautiful, I know, right? It's so fantastic. I would do this via search and replace, but I've got translation server elsewhere, and I don't want to replace those. So, yeah. Hey. There we go. You do set locale there as well. Have you played Game Duel today? We have. We have been playing Game Duel. We almost lost on the last one, but then Mike saved us. Micra, not Mike and Hill. I wanted to let you know, I'm dipping my toe in the deep end called NeoVim, and wanted to get some feedback from you on what's the easiest way to learn Neo. I understand simple commands on editing and getting the heck out. I would say don't worry about learning all of the hotkeys straight away. I haven't learned all of the hotkeys. I still use the mouse sometimes. But once I get comfortable with a certain set of hotkeys, so like once I got comfortable with this and like searching for stuff through here, like this sort of thing. Once I got comfortable with all of that, as well as using like arrows for navigation, and then using like inside here, if we did what could we do? Game state, like using control and the arrows for move, like control and JK for moving here. Once I got used to that stuff, that's when I started looking at other bits and pieces. So now I have learned how to use search and replace now, and to close the window as well. So I've learned those things recently. So I'm learning the hotkeys more and more as I go. And at some point I will not need the mouse for navigating NeoVim. So just stick with the hotkeys you're comfortable with, get used to NeoVim, and then learn another hotkey or two. And only use the mouse for things that you don't know the hotkey for. And then at some point go, I keep using the mouse for this, maybe I should learn the hotkey for it. Yeah, and then you just build up over time. I was on a call with my friend helping him install Bedrock Linux. He rebooted and he hasn't been back for 5 minutes. Your buddy's lost in the Matrix now. Yeah, your buddy was taken by the agents. They're gone. They're gone. I just use HJKL :WQ :Q exclamation D insert number D and number %. So instead of :WQ, like you can use Control S. So I'm here. If I go like this and I go backspace, I can do Control S. It exits out of, like it takes me into normal mode and it saves. So I don't have to do Control C, :W. Yeah. Like that. And then I can undo Control S. I'm still rewiring my brain from the Control W, like Control C colon W. Still rewiring myself from that to the Control S. But yeah, I'm getting there. By the time we're done with Godot, and using like SDL3 or something for making a 2D game, we will be beyond UIs. We will be hotkey professionals. Visible false over here. One thing I don't like about NeoVim is that, say I'm trying to edit a line, and I have to press I, then use arrow keys. Yucky arrow keys. What do you mean? I mean, I suppose, like, to do that, I guess. And like that. But you can... If you're not in insert, you can just use HJK. So not in insert, you can go through like this. And then up here, I could go like so. Now I'm not using the arrows at all to do any of that. I know if you press O, then it creates a line underneath the line you're on. But at the end of the line, I'd have to press I, then use the arrow. Let me check something. We can return. We can do otherwise. Actually, no. If it's visible. Otherwise, we can do... if it's not visible, let me do language grab focus. And then I think we can get rid of that over here. I want to test the... Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Buffer. Nah, not buffer. Middle line of window. Next end of word. Start of line is 0. I wonder if that means... Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any way to do that. Like, really the only option would be in insert mode, hitting the end key. That's probably the only option you've got there. If event is action, UI cancel, then what we can do is visible false. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. Unhandled inputs. And go if event, no, if visible and that. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Locale change. I'm gonna need a map of locale to string as well. Game settings, locale. And up here, we can do language select, locale change, connect, locale change, and what would that be? Language text equals language locale string map get locale. We go up the top, set up a const locale string map of dictionary string that maps AR to what, like I need to replace this with the characters. You know, PTBR be Brazilian, Portuguese, because these won't change between locales. It'll just be, you know, it'll just have whatever that is in that language. So I won't have this changing to Arabic if they have English selected. It'll just say Arabic in whatever the Arabic characters are to spell the name of the language in Arabic. Yeah. EN English, DE be Deutsch. FR be, that's translate to French. I could try that. A lion would never play golf, but a tiger would. We need a way to put an S on the end of that, Mike. We need a way to make that joke have an S on the end. I don't know if there's any way to do alliteration to make it, like any type of alliteration we could do. Yeah, I can't think of one. No, that's difficult. I want to come up with that. HI and have Hindi. IT. Let's change this. Italiano. I don't know if this is correct either. I'm just... JA. Japanese. Don't be like me. If a thing that's supposed to be the color white isn't on your monitor, please always check the nightlight setting on your PC and don't get stuck for an hour trying to mess with the monitor settings before realizing you're dumbass. Speaking about myself. Oh, that would suck. That would suck. Yeah. I remember working at a company and the designer gave us specific hex codes for colors. And we implemented those hex codes on the website. All right. And they were like, these colors aren't correct. And I was like, they are the exact hex code you gave us. They're like, no, they're not. I can tell by looking at them, they're not. So I brought up the site on my computer and they're like, that's not what's showing on my computer. I was like, well, that's what's there. So we went to their computer and they're like, look, it's different. And I'm like, because your monitor's color settings are different. Oh my god. Oh jeez. It was very funny. Very funny and very frustrating at the same time. Because, like, what? Really? Yeah. Spanish. Ukrainian. There we go. So, with any luck, excellent. All right. That's doing that. Commit. What? Prepared or set up language selection in preparation for localization work. Beautiful. All right, let's call it there for the morning. That's our 5 hours. Where are we gonna go to? Where are we gonna go to? Does anyone have any suggestions? Boom. Val. Oh, we haven't rated Val in forever. Have we? How about that one person? That's what I'm thinking. It's exactly what I'm thinking. If anyone has any suggestions, like Dobbs is on, I think New Jank's going to bed soon. Buggy Burrow, are they on? Oh, Buggy is on. Buggy is on. Find the most political person right now. You've found the most political person right now. I've just learned to keep my shit to myself. All right. Let's go. The people have spoken. What's your opinion on dogs? My opinion on dogs is that they're better than people. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. If everyone behaved like dogs, then the world would be so much nicer. No one would be arguing. We'd all just be having fun. Be carefree, okay? Or become shit on your porch then. Dogs are better than people. Yep. As Ron Swanson says, any dog that's under 30 pounds is a cat, and cats are pointless. So chihuahuas, terriers, that type of stuff, no, get rid of them. Give us. But I love my cat. You can love your cat, doesn't mean the cat's not pointless. Anyway, I'm back in 5 hours. Wishlist Bobble Shop on Steam. And tonight, we're going to do work on our overlay and get that fixed. Alright? Have a good one, you good dunce.